My son introduced me to this platform, and I've truly enjoyed reading all of your stories, so today I finally decided to sit down and share one of my own. In my early 20s, I was a manager at a KB toy store. One night, it was just me and another girl getting ready to close. I think our third closer had to leave early because she got sick or something. For safety reasons, we were always supposed to have at least 3 people working together, but that night it was just us 2, cleaning and organizing. The store was minutes from closing, and I was headed to the front door with my keys to lock up. As my hand reached for the handle, the door suddenly swung open. It happened so fast that I didn't realize what was going on until a father and son nearly knocked me over as they walked into the store. We both got quite a fright. In that fraction of a second between me looking up and the man's coat blocking my vision, it looked bright outside, like there was a car with its high beams on, pointed directly at the doors. The toy store had a shade film over its front glass, which made it hard to tell what it looked like outside, but I knew the sun wasn't still up. I'd taken the trash out earlier and distinctly remembered grabbing the box cutter, because the garbage bins were in the alleyway. That little strip of pavement should be my next post because some of the things that happened in the alleyway behind KB Toys were absolutely horrendous and horrifying. I got to know multiple police officers on a first-name basis just from taking out the trash and seeing them so often. They were always back there with their lights on, investigating something. They'd always ask me if I'd seen anything, but for obvious reasons, we didn't use that alleyway for leisure breaks. We didn't use it for anything besides a trash dash. That's what we called it. But before I get more sidetracked, let's get back to the main subject of my story. It was pitch black outside and rainy during my last trash dash. But in that sliver of a view from the door that was opened, it was daylight. I caught myself before I could ask aloud, "Wait, was that daylight?" Thinking how absurd that question would sound. I made a quick, discreet glance at my wristwatch. My mind snapped back to reality when I saw that there were just 2 minutes until closing. Despite their grand entrance, I still managed to put on my best smile and welcome the customers into the store. Their ages and appearances aren't that important to the story, but by the way that they were dressed, I assumed they were foreign, French maybe. The only reason I thought French was because they're known for their style. And both the man and the child, they were dressed sharply. Their shoes were shiny and looked like they were both looking down and playing some miniature Game Boys when they entered, which partially explains why we collided. I'll also add that the man didn't apologize or even acknowledge that he'd bumped into me. I instinctively said sorry, but he just looked at me like he was annoyed that I'd grazed his coat with my forehead. The holiday season was around the corner, and there were rumors that higher-ups were acting as secret shoppers, firing employees on the spot for not upholding store etiquette. I don't know how true that actually was, but I wasn't taking any chances. This guy smelled like a corporate rat, literal and metaphorical, as I could smell his cologne from our brief encounter. The little boy standing next to him had clearly never had to work a day in his life. It was obvious that they were far from home, wandering into a KB Toys in that neighborhood at that time of night. Whatever they got would have probably been taken at knife point before they made it back to their car. Joking, but not joking. However, they didn't end up buying anything. They didn't even browse the recently organized shelves. After their initial steps into the store, the man's irritated expression changed. His eyes squinted as he began to look around. Pretending to be occupied with the task, I walked over to the Lego play corner to re-sweep the already swept floor. Anything to make it look like I wasn't staring at him, wishing that the universe would send this rude, confused man out of my store so we could close. But instead, the energy I sent out seemed to influence the man to engage me in conversation. I heard him shout, "Lady, you sell Macs?" Having no clue what he was talking about, I asked, "What?" He repeated himself, and I said, "I don't think I know what you're talking about," genuinely confused. I directed him to the toy trucks, the Mac ones. But that suggestion only made him angrier. He asked if I was stupid, started yelling at me about apples. The berating continued, and I couldn't answer his questions, of course, as if I were the one causing his problems by intentionally playing dumb. To top it off, he called me a racial slur before he and his son stormed out of the store. As soon as the doors closed behind them, adrenaline kicked in, and I sprinted to lock them shut. The encounter wasn't traumatizing, but I would think back to it from time to time, replaying the interaction in my mind, handling it more authentically in my thoughts. Despite that, it's never been fully forgotten. Even after I moved away for more than 2 decades, wouldn't you know it, after 30-odd years and the passing of my dear parents, I inherited the house that I grew up in. Over the years, the town had grown, notable businesses had set up shop, and the city began to expand exponentially. It was like entering a whole new area when I returned. Only the street names remained unchanged, although plenty more had been added to the signs. All the buildings were replaced with new ones, and all the old businesses inside were replaced with new businesses. The road I was on took me past where the KB Toys used to be. That parking lot was practically unrecognizable. Tons of construction had turned it into an outdoor mall, but the original structures were still there. Their bricks didn't match the newer, smoother buildings connected on either side. I instantly knew which building had been my KB Toys, but what it had been turned into made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There, where the big red and yellow KB Toys logo once hung, was now a silver apple logo, encrusted in the bricks. Like the city, I grew alongside technology. I have an iPhone in my pocket right now, but never had I thought about my ranting racist customer story as a potential time slip, not until I saw that Apple logo. Now, don't get me wrong, that man is still an ignorant racist in any timeline, but here in 2024, if someone asked me about a Mac or Apple, I'd know exactly what they meant. This realization kind of blew my mind, and all I could do was pull into the parking lot and sit there, questioning reality. I guess that's why I mentioned the daylight they seemed to come in from. The whole encounter from start to finish left me feeling uneasy. Then for it all to come back full circle kind of sent me off the deep end. There's no way to ever know if my theory's correct or if I'm just an old coot overthinking things. The only way I'd figure it out is if I ran into that father and son sometime nowadays. If my time slip theory holds weight, they'd be living around here right now. I don't know what I'd do if I actually saw them again, though. We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out, like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my two sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me, and then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress, and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, my parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before, not in our relationship anyway. It felt so thick. One week I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sorta came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed, or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiance and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. In 2008, I bought a house whose previous owner had taken his own life. He left behind his wife and 3 small children. I didn't know that when I bought the house, but even if I knew, I must say, I would have still bought it because it was very cheap, and I was never really a superstitious person. Well, soon after we moved in, a lot of creepy things started to happen. Firstly, my children were scared for no reason, even during the day. I thought it's just because we were in a new place. One evening, my daughter told me that she saw a person in our kitchen through the door's window, which is frosted glass. But when she entered the kitchen, nobody was there. A few days later, me and my husband saw the same silhouette in the kitchen. And when we entered, nobody was inside. We clearly saw a silhouette of a man, both of us. We actually thought that it was my father-in-law, the only one who had a key to the house besides us. When we entered and there was nobody inside the kitchen, we had the same reaction. We gotta get out of here fast. We dashed out of the kitchen. After a few silent minutes, we went back, but we left the door open. We checked everywhere, every room of the house. There was nobody. There's no point to say that I couldn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. The kids were more and more scared to the point that they refused to go to the toilet alone. I couldn't sleep. My husband couldn't sleep. I was having lots of nightmares. Sometimes I was just feeling watched. My husband got ill with no medical explanation. Shortly after, I was ill too, also inexplicable. Several times I saw a crow in my yard, on the fence, staring at me. Normally, I wouldn't think anything bad about seeing a crow. As I said, I'm not superstitious, but this one was giving me the creeps with no logical reason. A lot of things inexplicably broke in the house, too. The pipes busted several times. The plumber was baffled as to how. He really couldn't understand why. And that didn't really help us. The light bulbs in the kitchen kept blowing out. An electrician came several times to see why it was happening and couldn't find an explanation or a solution to prevent it from happening again. Well, soon we left the country. Not because of our creepy house. The house is actually empty now. Sometimes we go there during the summer, but we actually prefer sleeping somewhere else. There's a lot of negative vibes there. A couple times a year, we seriously consider selling it because we don't like going there at all. I saw what I can only describe as some kind of demon. I'd like to tell you what I lived through, but prefer to remain anonymous. I'll try to resume facts, but a lot of things happened. Though all bizarre, all very true. Some others witnessed these events, and they were afraid at the time too. I live in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. My grandmother bought a country house in the rural areas nearby, next to a very small town called São José de Lapa. It was a very big house, lots of land. My big family used to go there almost all weekends. The cousins used to play soccer or pool there, while the rest of the people spent their time talking and cooking. It was supposed to be a peaceful environment. But in 2005, I was graduating, but I had lost my job, so I decided to live there full-time, alone during the week. This way I wouldn't have to pay rent, and I could study in peace for my civil service exams. The house was situated next to the woods, and we had a little farm, which produced milk and lettuce. We had no neighbors living nearby. At first, I constantly heard some noises at night. Nothing too strange, I thought. Probably animals or the wind. But things started to get spooky, gradually. In the beginning of 2006, my cousin and I were alone in the country house playing pool at 2 a.m. Suddenly, we heard Ave Maria by Schubert playing out of nothing. We just froze. I thought he was playing a prank on me, and he thought I was playing a prank on him. Before we could do anything, the music stopped. The next day, we told our family about the incident. Not only did they claim they didn't play any music, they didn't even believe us. When the weekend was over, my relatives left, and I was alone again. Just a few days after this creepy episode, I heard out of nowhere a baby crying, very loud. It was like there was an infant screaming inside the house. I was honestly just so freaked out. I got a ridiculously old gun, and I ran to my bedroom where I locked the door. It was about 11 p.m. Obviously, I couldn't sleep. After a long night, it was finally the next morning. I called my relatives to tell them what had happened. All of them laughed at me, except my grandmother. She told me she sensed something strange at the country house, and since she's a spiritist, she decided to call a medium to see if there was something wrong with that house. The medium was a former priest who studied exorcisms but had to leave the Catholic Church because of his sightings. He went to our house, and when he arrived, he just started to feel bad. Then he asked for a minute alone and walked through the entire house. When he returned, he had tears in his eyes. He said that this terrain was in the past part of a much larger farm, and the place where the house was built is where the senzalas were. Well, senzala is the name in Portuguese of the place where African slaves were imprisoned during slavery age in Brazil. The priest added that he saw an African woman with a child, both very skinny, standing by the wall just where I used to sleep. After a ritual, this medium priest claimed that the house was free of erratic spirits, but that was not true. Less than 1 week after this, about 12 people, amongst friends and relatives, were talking in the yard, enjoying a barbecue in the evening. Suddenly, my aunt screamed that she saw some kind of dog smiling at her from the second-floor window. We rushed inside, all of us, to look for what she saw. While we were searching for this thing room to room, I went to my bedroom to get my old pistol with my brother. When we entered this room, I saw the worst thing I ever saw in my life. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't warm. It was something evil. There was black smoke near the ceiling, and the room was freezing cold. We both saw it. We both felt it. We couldn't do anything. We were frozen, but it was more like this thing was controlling us. We couldn't scream, run, or react. We just stood there, looking at this thing against our will, feeling desolation. I can't describe the feeling fully, but we were paralyzed by this. I could feel only tears rolling down my cheeks. After a few seconds, this black smoke vanished through the window, and suddenly we could do what we needed to do. We ran for help with the sensation that we saw evil itself. It wasn't a ghost or a bad spirit. It for sure wasn't a dog. It was a demonic and evil thing. The same night, all my relatives decided in fear to leave the house immediately. The next 2 months, we didn't go there, and my grandmother decided to sell the house. When we were handling the land plot papers, there was an appointment about the first owner. He was a farmer who had slaves during the 1880s. We managed to sell the house to a retired prosecutor, and my grandmother alerted him about the events, although she mentioned ghosts, not demons. The guy laughed at this, but strangely, sadly, he took his own life 1 year after buying the house. Many years ago, my mom was working as a mental health nurse at an institution. She had a patient that was usually very lovely, and so one-to-one care was fine. One day, my mom took the patient for a bath. The phone rang on the ward. It was my gran. The nurse answered the phone and spoke to my gran, who told her that she had to talk to my mom. Now, when the ward nurse asked why, she said, "I don't know why I need to talk to her, but I really need to talk to her. Please go and get her." After a while of back and forth, the nurse gave in and went to get my mom to talk to my gran. When she entered the washroom, she saw the patient holding my mom's head under the water. It took 3 members of staff to get this woman off my mom. If my gran hadn't gotten the weird feeling that she had to speak to my mom immediately, my mom probably would have died. So, trust your gut. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay. I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV Guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon, but When I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen under the covers until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, you need to value yourself more, so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody, until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. I'm pretty darn sure I had a time slip with my grandma when I was 13 or 14. She and my grandpa raised me off and on after my mom had passed away. Don't go grabbing the Kleenex box. This ain't about that, and it ain't sad. My grandparents raised me up good, and my grandma Joanne was my best friend growing up. On a random weeknight, the house phone rings. It's late. I'm in my pajamas watching TV on the couch in the living room while my grandma and grandpa are playing pinochle in the kitchen. Grandpa answers the phone. The muffled voice on the other end erupts so loud, Grandpa pulls the phone away from his ear, tells Grandma he thinks it's her friend and our next-door neighbor, Allie. She was another fellow senior citizen, but Allie didn't age with grace. She liked to party and hook up with the other lonely senior citizens in the community. Allie was a real homewrecker up until her funeral. She calls the house obliterated drunk, asking Grandma to come pick her up, not because she was responsible, but because she lost her car keys in a thorn bush outside one of her lover's houses. So, Joanne, with a heart of gold, tells Allie she'll come get her. Allie gives Joanne the address, and I help look it up on MapQuest.com, and I write down the directions. The destination was less than 10 miles away, and I offered to ride shotgun and give the directions as she drove. Joanne agreed, and Grandpa retrieved a gun from their bedroom and handed it to her. Grandpa didn't like Allie or the company she kept. He'd recently hurt his back, or he would have taken my place in the car. I got on my sandals, and we headed out to rescue Allie. The old Volkswagen we drove clunked, and its muffler would sometimes scrape on the ground, but I'd be damned if it didn't always get us from A to B. In Arizona, the sun sets real slow. There were fewer cars on the road around us, but it was still blazing hot outside. The wagon's AC was spotty at best, and it would only work in brief spurts. Our only way to cool down was to roll down the windows and cruise the empty streets to catch a breeze. That night, my grip wasn't as strong as it should have been, and a breeze caught the paper with directions written on it, snatching it right from my hands, out the window. Grandma Joanne saw the papers fly out and stomp down on the brakes with lightning reflexes. When the tires screeched to a stop, it went, "Reet, reet." The second "reet" sounded like it was a question, like, "Reet?" The best way to describe it was like giant rubber shoes on a basketball court. It didn't sound like the first gravelly friction skid, and for some reason, we sat there and laughed for quite a while about the silly noise we'd just heard. Then she put the wagon into park, turned on the hazard lights, and we both got out to look for the piece of paper I'd lost. I didn't notice anything until my feet hit the ground outside the car. One of my sandals got caught on a dry crack that had formed in the earth beneath me. When I felt the slight resistance stepping out, I looked down. I saw I wasn't standing on a street. The ground looked like desert. Grandma Joanne already fully out of the car, and the words I hear out of her mouth first are, Holy shit. Then she starts telling me to get out of the car and come look around. Busy with my sandal situation, my shock was only a couple of seconds shy of hers. When I looked up, the barren desert that I'd gotten my sandal stuck in, it wasn't just a patch that had stopped under my feet. The dry desert floor was now all around us. Heat waves radiated with distant water mirages. In front of me, Joanne walked out further, with her arms stretched out wide, then turned around and said, "Well, how the fuck did this happen?" There was nothing in the distance in any direction. Joanne didn't look like she was scared, but I thought we'd die. We stood in a silent, hot, flat land with broken, dusty ground all around. Not a cloud in the sky. No sun either. The sky was still blue, but we couldn't pinpoint where the light was coming from. Joanne thought that we'd die too. She wouldn't tell me that until later in life, though. We both got back into the Volkswagen, but she couldn't get the engine to start. We'd never even turned the car off. So, with the temperature now hotter inside the car, we both got out and basically repeated what we did the first time. Looked around and asked each other, what the fuck is going on? Without a better idea, Joanne pulled out her gun and asked if I wanted to learn how to shoot. If we'd had a deck of cards, I'm sure we would have done that, but we didn't. She told me all the must-know facts that someone should learn before being handed a gun, then instructed me to hold the gun out with both hands, stiff arms for recoil. I breathed in and pulled the trigger. My eyes closed tight when the gun blasted. When I opened them again, the first thing I saw was a palm tree a few yards in front of me, with a bullet in it. Dogs were barking, and I realized I was standing in someone's front yard. Joanne grabbed the gun, and she and I stared at the palm tree, examining it to see if it was real. Then the porch lights of the house whose yard we were standing in turned on, and all hell broke loose. If you didn't know this fact, all the old people around here have guns, and this homeowner clearly felt threatened by two strangers shooting his palm tree. Joanne grabbed my shoulder and pushed me into my open passenger door as a bullet whizzed nowhere near us. Thankfully, most old people need glasses to see what they're doing, and it seemed that we'd woken him up so suddenly he'd forgotten his when he chose to return fire. We noticed the wagon's engine was running again, hazards clicking again, AC spurting in bursts. Joanne ran around to the driver's side and dove in. She was surprised when she tried to start the wagon and it made a metal grinding sound because the car was already on. The old man at the door, he let off another shot, and we heard it hit glass from a parked car further down the street, which made Joanne throw it into drive and get our asses out of there. Another grandma would have had a heart attack, but my grandma drove over a chain-link fence to leave that neighborhood. And almost as soon as she did, we knew where we were again. That experience was all that we could talk about. When we got home, Grandpa told us that we'd left only 2 minutes before. He believed us, but couldn't help when it came to answers of any kind. We never did pick up Allie that night. When my grandparents passed, the questioning and wondering kind of died with them, as I had no one else who could understand the story. I don't really expect any of you to give a fuck either, but it's my Grandma Joanne's birthday today. So, in honor of her, I'm capturing our memory forever on the interweb. Two years before our 15-year-old daughter, Allie, died in a car accident, I had a dream that she would die in a car accident. In the years since the accident, our life has been turned upside down, but we also have experienced countless events involving Allie that brought us comfort. One night I was playing a word game on my iPad. I began a fresh game and waited for the new tiles to dispense. I was thinking of my daughter. When they did dispense, it stole my breath. There, in a perfect order, were just 3-letter tiles. ALY. Coincidence? I didn't think so. I often dream of Allie where she's sitting by my side, yet I'm the only one who knows she's there. She's invisible to everyone else. She said that it has to be this way for reasons I can't understand. But she's always with us. My husband used to beg for a dream from Allie. He just wanted to be sure his baby girl was okay. One night he got something far more. I remember moaning in my sleep, a deep guttural moan. Only a bereaved mother understands. My husband said he looked at me to make sure I was okay, and in that moment, Allie's face was transposed onto mine. He got his wish. Some people believe after-death contact is evil. How can something that brings so much comfort be evil? It's been 10 years now, and Allie doesn't visit often, but I always know she's there. And that brings tremendous comfort to my broken heart. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room, because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. And that's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, it just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital, It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, no, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away. The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. Its neck was broken, she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. I grew up being told that a demon haunted the women in my family. The story goes back to the 1800s and states that the demon continuously tried to possess one of us until someone in the next generation catches its eye. My mom was an unwell, single parent, so I stayed with my grandmother most of the time, especially when Mom was having an episode. I know this sounds like mental illness. I thought it was schizophrenia at one point, but bear with me. People with serious mental illness don't wake up cured one day, especially when they've never sought treatment. My grandmother used to have the same episodes. She would go through periods where she didn't sleep because of awful nightmares. She wouldn't eat because everything looked disgusting, and she stopped cleaning herself because all of the water was dirty in her eyes. Sometimes she saw other people as the demons, and things could get violent if not handled properly. When my mom turned 17, she started experiencing all of the same delusions, and my grandmother never had another episode again. The same thing happened each generation before as well. I don't know how to explain that. I spent most of my teen years in constant fear. My mom was already considered old for the switch to happen at 17. My grandmother was only 14 when it happened. After graduation, I went away to college, made friends, got a life, and it suddenly felt kind of insane to believe a demon was going to come after me. I got so angry with my mom, my grandmother for scaring me like that. I skipped going home for Christmas that year. By summer break, I was less bitter and agreed to come home. I even stayed with my mom because I had every intention of talking to her about getting treatment. Ideally, I would have waited a few days and chosen my moment, but I had an awful nightmare on day 2. In my dream, I was laying in bed, wide awake. Then I rolled onto my back. I saw something standing in the far corner. It was too dark to see its features, but its head was just under the ceiling.
and I could make out its arms and legs. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. It felt like something was wrapped around my throat. I kept waiting for it to come out of the shadows, but it never did. Eventually, my alarm went off and I woke up. It wasn't enough to make me a believer, but it legitimately scared me. I've never been one to remember my dreams. Most of the time, it's like I don't dream at all. But I remembered every detail of that one, like it really happened. It freaked me out so bad, I immediately told my mom, and the regret was instant. She cried hard. She also told my grandmother, who came over to cry with her. They said that's how it always starts when the demon moves on. That summer was hell. I didn't sleep for weeks at a time. And when I did, the nightmares were unbearable. The demon would always start off in the corner, but the more I had the dream, the closer he would get to the bed. His form always varies with each dream, so does the locations. But I always know it's him. Staying awake pushes him back. During these stretches of nightmares, food is intolerable. It's hard to describe because it all smells and looks the same, but my response changes. The same with water. It's suddenly the exact same reaction as if someone had asked me to eat a bowl of maggots or bathe in mud. There's no way. The reverse is also true. Rotten, poisonous things suddenly look like a feast, and a tar pit could seem like a sauna. Oh, and to this day, my mom hasn't had another episode. She's like a new woman, but back then I didn't believe hers were finished, and I was determined not to be like her. I was going to get help, prove that this was all some mental illness. My mom and grandmother begged me not to, and that only fueled my conviction. Again, the regret was nearly instant. None of the medications had any effect whatsoever, and I was committed on 2 separate occasions, which led to my dropping out of college. I just couldn't keep up with the work, with life. I should have started my senior year of college this last fall, but now I work at a gas station, and I still live with my mother. I stopped throwing money away on treatment after my last 72-hour hold. There's no combination of meds I haven't tried. And being sedated through those nightmares was the worst experience of my life. The demon talked to me, made me promises, and threatened me. During the first year, I used to swear that I would never have kids of my own. But the longer this goes on, the more I want it to end, no matter what. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last 2 as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in. I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves. His keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me is just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves.
My name is Erica. When I was 16, I was led away from my friends at a music festival. The man leading me had presented himself as security. The reflective yellow mesh vest he was wearing had the word security written on the back. He also had a walkie-talkie attached to the vest that had beeped a few times, and he spoke into it. In retrospect, I don't believe that walkie-talkie was even transmitting a signal, because there was never anyone on the other end talking back. But hindsight's always 20/20. You have lots of time to think about things after they've already happened. Summer 2007, me and two of my friends got tickets to the Vans Warped Tour in Darien, New York. We got there just as the sun was coming up, but we still weren't even close to being at the front of the line. It was supposed to be an overcast day, but the sun managed to avoid all the clouds, making very little shade for anyone to seek cover in. We were sunburned by 10 and still had an hour to wait until the gates were open. Then, out of nowhere, I'm approached by a guy, mid-40s I'd say, balding with wispy hair at the top, no tattoos or piercings. He was a big, tall, beer-belly guy. If he hadn't have been wearing the yellow mesh security vest that barely fit around his shoulders, he could have been easily mistaken for just a regular festival attendee. He was slowly walking down from the front of the line. My friend Jesse noticed him making his way closer to us and thought that he'd be checking our tickets. At least that's what it looked like he was doing when he'd occasionally stop and talk to a random group of people in line. That was another thing that I should have been a little more suspicious about. The man in the yellow vest wasn't stopping for everyone. Sure enough, though, as he walked by us, I made eye contact with him and he slowed to a stop. Then he spun around and said, "Tickets, please? Can I see your tickets?" This was all of our first times going to Warped Tour. We didn't know this wasn't part of the experience. After we presented them, he says, "Oh, hold on." Then steps away a few feet and talks into his walkie-talkie. When he's done talking, he strolls back to us. What if he thought our tickets were fake? We didn't know why he'd approach us a second time until he pointed his finger out to me and said, "One of the guys in All Time Low wants me to bring you backstage." I was caught off guard, but instantly blinded by wanting to believe it was true. Blinded enough to walk away from my friends with an older man wearing a yellow vest. The first question I asked was, "Can my friends come with?" But the man said something like, "There'd be 1,000,000 people backstage if everyone brought their group of friends along. I can only take you." Turning to both of them, they wholeheartedly encouraged me to go, both of them still hugging on to each other with shocked excitement for me. We made a plan to stay in touch via text and to meet back up later when they were inside the gates. I followed the yellow vest towards the entrance to Darien Lake Fields. As we got closer to the tall chain-link fences that separated out from in, we veered to the right and began walking the perimeter of the fence. Of course we wouldn't be going through the main gates by the Ferris wheel. I was probably being led to an entrance that was closed off to the public. From behind the tarp-covered fences, I can hear instruments ring out as distant sound checks take place, but it never grows louder. Turning around, I saw how far away we were by the top of the roller coaster, distant in the landscape behind me. We walked far enough from the fairgrounds that I decided to finally ask where we were going. Now in a large, dusty parking lot, the man turns and says, "We're going to their tour bus. It's only a bit further." I take out my phone to text Jesse an update as to where I am and what I'm doing, but before I can slide my lock screen open, he grabs my phone from me and tells me cell phones aren't allowed while doing a meet and greet. Well, I'd never been to a meet and greet before. I guess he knew. I froze when he took my phone, but I didn't say anything. It wasn't that I trusted him. Something in my gut told me this was wrong, but I already had come so far from the crowd, from my friends, far from help, that I didn't know what to do. I was 16, naive, and completely unprepared for the kind of danger I was in. We kept walking, my heart pounding faster now. The sounds of the festival faded behind us until it was just the two of us, alone in this dusty parking lot. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the lot was nearly empty. Only one car was parked off to the side, a beaten-up sedan that looked abandoned. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't right. There was no bus. I slowed my pace, trying to come up with an excuse to turn back, but he noticed immediately. "Come on, it's just up here," he said, pointing towards the far end of the lot, but I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct was screaming for me to get out of there. I think I should go back," I stammered, turning around, ready to bolt. Before I could even take a step, his hand clamped down on my arm, hard. "No, you're coming with me," he growled. And in an instant, he was pulling me off the path towards a dumpster at the edge of the lot. Panic was all that flooded my mind. I started kicking, thrashing, anything to get free. But he was strong, much stronger than me. My feet barely touched the ground as he dragged me, his grip like a vice on my arm. I screamed, loud and piercing, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. But the festival was so far away, and the lot was too empty. He shoved me behind the dumpster, pressing me against the cold metal. I could feel my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. I screamed again, but his hand moved to my throat, cutting off my air. My vision blurred, spots dancing in front of my eyes. I clawed at his arm, digging my nails into his skin, but he didn't even flinch. Just as the darkness started to close in, he loosened his grip for a moment, and I gasped, sucking in air. I managed one more scream before he slammed me against the dumpster, the back of my head cracking against the metal. Pain shot through my skull, and I felt something warm trickle down the back of my neck. I thought I might be bleeding. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack echoed through the lot. The man's grip on me slackened, and he slumped to the ground. I blinked, trying to focus. Saw a group of guys standing there, one of them holding a skateboard like a weapon. He must have hit my attacker over the head. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice urgent but kind. I could barely nod, still in shock and in pain. The man who had grabbed me was lying unconscious near the dumpster, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. I guess he was alive. One of the guys stayed with him, pulling out his phone to call the cops. The others gathered around me, guiding me away from the scene. "We saw what happened," one of them explained as we walked. "We were just hanging out, smoking a blunt in the car, and we noticed the security guy dragging you. At first we didn't know what to do, 'cause smoking pot, but we saw him choke you. We knew we had to do something." And thank God they did. They led me back towards the festival, towards safety. Their voices were a mix of concern and adrenaline, their immature nature only tempered by the reality of what had just happened. They were still kids, really, just like me, but they saved me. They might have just saved my life, I told them. By the time we reached the security and medical tent, I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. The staff rushed to my side, taking over from the guys who had rescued me. As I was being checked over, one of the festival's actual security guards arrived, questioning me about what had happened. The police came shortly after, and they took my statement, assuring me that the man who had attacked me would be dealt with and that I was safe now. But the terror of those moments in the parking lot, they stayed with me long after their visit. Thankfully, I just had to give a statement, and my rescuers also gave a statement. They were witnesses, and I never had to see that guy again, thankfully. But I know he was dealt with. It's hard not to get caught up thinking about the negative and traumatic pieces of the story. Trust me, I know. But that day, a group of strangers made a choice to act when they saw something wrong. Their quick thinking and courage saved me from a situation that could have ended very differently. So I share this story as a bit of a warning, a reminder that in public places like concerts where you can feel safe, surrounded by people and music, it's important to stay aware of your surroundings. Trust your instincts, stick close to your friends, and never let your guard down, no matter how innocent or spectacular the situation might seem. When I was little, I saw spirits often, and I communicated with them too, and it used to terrify my parents when my imaginary friend, Galen, would tell me things that no 3-year-old should have known. I realized when I was probably 5 or 6 that I could see things other people couldn't. And it didn't bother me until one night in particular. And it was after that night that I somehow closed off the part of me that was open to seeing things. When I got a little bit older, I let my guard down a bit and started seeing again, but infrequently. Now I'll tell you what happened.
I woke up during the night because I heard what I can only describe as a whispered, evil laugh. I was about 11 years old, and it was the only time I've ever experienced sleep paralysis. At first, I thought someone in my family was playing a joke on me and had snuck into my room. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I couldn't move, and I felt suddenly claustrophobic. I was trapped in my body. I could see out of the corner of my eye a figure coming towards my bed. It was made of darkness, and I don't know what else to say to describe it, because still, 20 years later, I'm utterly terrified by what I saw. If I wrote it down, I'd have a sleepless night and nightmares. What I will say, though, is that the thing was not from this planet, and it never was. It came from hell itself, I can only assume. And don't ask me how I know that. I just do. Eventually, I think I passed out from fear, and when I woke up the next morning, I didn't tell a soul. When something bothers me like that, I have the tendency to stop speaking for a few days. I know I went mute for about a week. Whatever that thing was, and why it sought me out, I'll never know. But I felt, and I feel, scarred, tainted by the memory of that night. Imagine someone touched your very soul and left an ugly black mark on it. That's how deeply affected by that experience I am. And that's the first time I've ever told anyone about it. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit. And even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything. Things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next.
Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either, but I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, She's pointing at the upstairs window. More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me, but I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the 2 bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year, fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage.
It was 1987, and I hadn't been back to my hometown in years. I didn't plan on staying long, just a quick visit with my parents, maybe take a drive through the old streets, head back to the city. The place felt smaller than I remembered, like it had shrunk in my absence. That night, I decided to stop by the local bar. I don't even know why. Maybe I was chasing some old feeling, trying to reconnect with something I'd left behind or someone. The second I walked in, the smell hit me. Stale beer, cigarette smoke, and a tinge of mildew. Some things never change. I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew, not really. But there she was, sitting at the bar. Heather. She looked almost the same, maybe a little more worn. Like the years hadn't been as kind to her as they'd been to me. "Melissa? Is that you?" she said, eyes wide as she looked over at me. I smiled, sliding onto the stool next to her. "In the flesh. How long's it been?" 7 years, she said, pulling me in for a quick hug. "God, it's so good to see you. What have you been up to?" We fell into easy conversation, reminiscing about high school, old friends, the usual small talk. It was almost comforting, like stepping back in time for a little while. But then her face changed. Her smile faltered. Her eyes took on this strange look, like She was about to tell me something I didn't want to hear. "Hey, you remember Kyle?" she asked, her voice careful, almost too careful. I felt something tighten in my chest at the name. Kyle. Of course I remembered him. He'd been my high school boyfriend for a few months. Quite a few months. Quiet, kind of awkward, but sweet. I hadn't thought about him in years. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I remember him. Why?" Heather leaned in, her voice dropping. "You didn't hear about him?" I shook my head. "No, what happened?" She glanced around like she didn't want anyone else to overhear. "Kyle, he's in prison, Melissa. He killed 3 women, strangled them, dumped their bodies in the woods outside of town. They caught him in '82. How did you not hear about this?" I felt the room tilt, my head spinning. Kyle? My Kyle? I hadn't stayed in touch with anyone after I left. How could I have known? I tried to swallow, but my throat had gone totally dry. What do you mean, killed? You're joking, right?" Heather shook her head, her eyes wide. It was all over the news. They said that the first girl that he killed was right after the 2 of you broke up, and the other 2, they looked like you. I felt like someone had just taken out my knees. My glass slipped from my hand, shattered on the floor, but I barely noticed. My mind was sort of spinning, flashing memories flooding in, late-night drives with Kyle, the way he'd sometimes stare at me a little too long, his grip just a little too tight. I'd write it off as teenagers being teenagers, but now it felt like something much darker. I stood up on shaky legs, the walls of the bar suddenly too close, too suffocating. I needed to get out. Heather's voice was distant, muffled. "Melissa, are you okay?" I barely heard her as I stumbled outside. The cool night air slapped me in the face. I leaned against the brick wall, trying to catch my breath, but it felt like there wasn't enough air in the world. Kyle, the shy, quiet boy I once dated, had become a monster. And the worst part, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely escaped him. As I stood there, trembling in the dark, a cold thought gripped me. Somewhere, locked away in a prison cell, was Kyle, and I couldn't help but wonder if he still thought about me, if I was the one that got away.
My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human. Albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. My grandmother passed away last year, and my grandfather has been having a difficult time with the adjustment. A few weeks ago, I went to stay with him, hoping to help him develop a new routine, get the house in order. He lives in the mountains and doesn't have any neighbors, so we always worry about him being out there alone. When I arrived, his yard was overgrown. A large pile of trash bags were stacked beneath the carport, and the inside was well on its way to becoming a hoarder's paradise. I hired people to help with the trash and yard while I focused on getting the house in shape. I couldn't get a clear answer on what happened to his trash cans. They used to have 5 or 6, so I brought new ones. On the 4th night, we heard a noise in the carport while we were eating dinner. Figuring it was raccoons, I stood to go chase it off, but Pappy said to sit down and leave it alone. He's normally a very docile, slow-to-anger man, but he was serious about me not going out there. I tried explaining that something was creating a bigger mess for the contractors, but he only got angrier. Not wanting to upset him further, I resigned to cleaning the mess myself and finished my dinner. While I was doing dishes, Pappy went to bed, so I checked the damage in the carport. Whatever had been there was long gone, but it wasn't a raccoon. The bin lids had been ripped off the hinges, and the contents were strewn all the way to the tree line. The next morning, I asked Pappy if he had trouble with bears, and he said his problem is worse than a bear, that it's something unnatural. No matter what I asked, his answers became more cryptic. Ultimately, I concluded that he was in a very bad place emotionally and must have mistaken a bear for something else in the dark. His mind had turned it into some kind of monster. Just to settle him down, I promised to never go outside after dark, and I got started on the day's chores. On my next trip to town, I picked up some bear spray and heavier-duty trash cans with locking lids. They lasted 2 days. This time, the bins were peeled open like sardine cans. When I talked to Pappy about it again, he told me a little more. He said he called it a wobo. And no, I have no clue where he got the name. I assume he made it up because I can't find anything about it online. Anyway, it made me worry about his sanity, so I told my parents, who said they would speak to him about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, I focused on what I still considered to be a bear. I slept on the couch for a few nights in hopes that I would wake up if anything got into the trash. The theory was that it might not come back if it got sprayed one good time. When I finally had my chance, I cracked the back door open to see something huge, and it was tearing into the trash bags. I opened the door a little more to extend my arm, and the creature raised up to face me. It definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs, but it also looked wrong. I started spraying it in a panic, and it made an awful sound as it fled, but it didn't run like a wolf or a human. It was more like a kangaroo. I I've never seen or heard anything like it. The next morning, I told Pappy what happened, and he was notably upset. He said the wobo only comes during the summer months and never tries to get inside. But now I'd made it angry. He was certain it would come back for us. I stayed another week, brought new trash cans without further issues, but I was still nervous to go home. I've called Pappy every night since to make sure he's okay, and so far, the wobo has stayed away. Have you guys ever seen anything like this? Did I really scare it off? Or should I go back? My parents want to have us both committed, but I know what I saw. My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water. I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning. but I imagine those will take some time. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night, something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house, but I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people. He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell headfirst onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did." While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn. The sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. I worked at a nursing home for about 8 years. I came in for my shift one day and was informed that a resident on hospice care would likely be passing away during my shift. I was not on her floor, but the floor across from hers. There were 2 other girls who would be working with her that were both newly hired. I was told that the resident was afraid of dying and did not want to be alone. She had expressed this extensively to the staff. Her son had been with her all day, but that evening he went to get some dinner. During his absence, I saw one of the new girls running up the hall in distress. "Something's wrong with MJ," she said, speaking of the resident. I replied in my most calm manner to explain what was going on as I followed her to MJ's room. "She isn't responding, and her head is tipped to the side. She's got something coming out of her mouth," she exclaimed. Sure enough, MJ was sitting upright, her head cocked to the side. Her chest rose and fell laboriously, like a fish out of water. I went and stood behind her, cradling her head next to mine. I wrapped my arms around her. Both girls were scared and speaking loudly. "She's dying," they exclaimed. I shushed them and said everything was going to be all right. I asked them to get some supplies so that we could get MJ comfortable, mostly to just get them out of the room. I knew I had to be the rock, the one to call up order in the chaos. I knew MJ was close to drawing her last breath, and I knew that she was terrified of being alone. I held her in my arms and sang to her softly. I told her that everything would be all right. I said it over and over again until I could no longer feel her chest rise and fall. It was just MJ and I in that room, and now I was alone with a vessel that had once held her spirit. When the girls returned with clean linens, we carefully changed MJ, and the three of us worked together to lift her into her bed. I remember the odd feeling of holding her lifeless body, her slack limbs, and how the muscle no longer supported any of her joints. I felt I couldn't allow her head to fall backward, that even in death, it was vital to keep her supported. Her son had returned and was waiting outside of the room. I knew I had to prepare her perfectly. The memory of seeing your dead loved one is a core memory, one that you'll never forget. No one ever wants to see their loved one's dead, lifeless body. That's never, ever anything anyone wants. I had to ensure that this tender moment was portrayed with as much dignity as possible. I combed her hair, pulled the sheets up, made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in the bedding. I rested her hands on her chest and used a damp washcloth to close her eyes. When I was sure MJ looked as peaceful as possible, I opened the door and allowed him to begin his grieving process. I've never held someone as they transitioned from one life to the next. As sad as it was, I'm so glad that I could be there for her, that I could comfort her, help her let go, know that she was being cared for. I felt a deep welling in my own heart that I had done something good. I had shared with someone something that no other person was able to do in that moment. I held her while she died. I went to bed that night with a feeling of peace. At some point, I began to dream, and I want to say it was early morning when I felt the presence. The vision in my dream was a chamber of light, gold flecks, and taking on no shape recognizable. Her presence stood beside the head of the bed. She had been there all along, and now I could see her golden aura. In my dreams, I heard her feminine voice. She said, "Thank you," and slowly faded away. I could feel her spirit ascend this earth, and I knew in my heart that MJ had made a point to tell me what I did had truly comforted her. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old. mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention, and that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators, and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. I actually have several stories with my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, it always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. When I was 7 years old, I saw something I was never really able to explain.
It was 1987, a hot summer day in our small town, and I was playing alone outside. Back then, no one worried much about kids roaming in their own neighborhood. I had my bike and a whole street to myself. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and everything felt safe. Until I saw it. I didn't know what it was, couldn't have known. I only knew that it wasn't right. It was standing near the edge of the road, just beyond my house, in the shade of a giant oak tree. I remember being drawn to it at first, as if curiosity was stronger than fear, stronger than my own good sense. And there was something off about it. From a distance, it looked almost human, but there was an oddness to its movements, jerky, unnatural, like a puppet pulled on strings. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, with long arms that hung too low, almost brushing the ground. Its skin almost translucent, and it had no face, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth skin where a face should have been. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My throat clenched shut. Even from where I stood, I felt its gaze. Though it had no eyes to see me, I felt it. I wasn't sure why I didn't just run back into the house. I should have. But instead, I watched. I felt like I had to watch. And that's when it did something I can't explain. Its head tilted to the side, as if considering me. Then it stretched out one impossibly long arm and pointed at the street, at the cars that zoomed by, their wheels kicking up dust and heat. My heart hammered in my chest, the sound of it almost drowning out everything else. But I heard it, a voice in my head. It wasn't my voice, but it was inside my mind all the same. "Run," it whispered. "Run now." My feet shuffled forward, just a step, and then another. The voice grew louder, more insistent. "Run fast. Run into the road." I shook my head, trying to fight it, but my legs were moving, pulling me toward the street. I could feel the ground beneath me, the rough gravel crunching under my sneakers, but I couldn't stop. The thing under the tree, it wasn't just pointing now. It was beckoning, urging me forward with slow, rhythmic motions. Another car roared past, and it was so close I could feel a gust of wind as it passed. I was just inches from the street, from stepping into the path of oncoming traffic, and still, the voice, that thing, told me to keep going. Then suddenly, a horn blared, snapping me out of the trance. I stopped dead, my toes just inches from the asphalt. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The car passed in a blur, and I stumbled backwards. My legs suddenly weak, like I couldn't support my own weight. When I looked back toward the oak tree, the thing was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I ran home after that, sobbing, but I never told anyone. Who would believe me? A demon, a monster. No one else saw it. No one else heard it. They would have said that it was my imagination, or that I'd been dreaming. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, that my young mind had played a trick on me. But that voice, the way it crawled into my thoughts, the way it nearly controlled me, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't forget how real it was, how close I came to stepping into that traffic, as if I had no choice. It was only later, when I was much older, that I began to understand. I stumbled across an old book about demons and spirits, things that prey on the weak, on the innocent. They thrive on fear, confusion, vulnerability of children especially. And I knew, deep down, that's what it was. Some kind of demon, something from another world sent to trick me, to pull me into death's hands. I've never seen it again, but sometimes when I'm alone at night, I feel like it's watching me, like it's waiting. There's a dark corner in my room, just beyond the reach of the light, and I can't help but glance at it every now and then, because what if it's there? What if it's still waiting for me to make one wrong move? I never did walk near that oak tree anymore, not since that day in 1987. But sometimes, on quiet afternoons, I swear I can feel it just beyond my edge of vision, waiting for another chance to finish what it started. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries, and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive, though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later,
I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. I was with my mom when she'd gotten news that my Uncle Jake had gone missing off a boat in the Puget Sound. He had apparently gone overboard and he couldn't swim, so they told us they probably wouldn't find him alive. It had already been almost 2 days. That night, the phone rang. I stayed seated at the kitchen table while my mom answered. Her face went white as a ghost, and then she said in a tone that still worries me to this day, "Who is this?" And the caller hung up. I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and that it sounded like my uncle. The only thing that he said before hanging up was, "Help me, Jeannie. Please help me." My mom called her sister-in-law to tell her about the call, but she didn't answer. Later that same evening, she called my mom back, but she wasn't returning the missed call. She was calling to tell my mom they'd found my uncle's body. He'd washed ashore, likely dead for a couple of days. Unfortunately, I've encountered more than a few rabid animals in my life. If you come across one, either stay away, call animal control, or shoot it, but don't pick it up. Wait, make sure it's dead, and then follow the local protocols. I often bury rabid animals in a hole, soak them in diesel fuel, and burn the body so nothing digs it up and gets infected. It's not a pretty picture, I understand that, but it's life or death when you see something foaming at the mouth. And death do a lot more than the rabid animal itself. It was around 9:30 at night, and the girls, I have 2 daughters, had been out playing in the pool when they came running in saying that there was a big, giant raccoon in the yard, that it was walking funny. Knowing that likely wasn't a good sign either way, I went out with a .22, and sure enough, this giant raccoon was staggering and foaming at the mouth. It was huge. It was dark outside, but I could see that much, and he could see me. He began to hiss loudly. I shot him 2 times in what I thought had to have been the head, but he didn't die. Rabid animals don't feel normal pain, and they don't have any fear, but they also don't retreat. Only that's what this one did. Ran away faster than any raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think. We stayed inside. Almost a week later, I was barbecuing. It was still light out. I heard that loud hissing again. Surprised, I spin around. I don't see the thing at first, but I hear it. I run inside, tell the family to stay inside while I grab the .22. I went back out there, still hearing the hissing, and finally I spotted it. But this thing is way back, at least 10 yards away at the tree line, foaming at the mouth, but standing on 2 legs. And it's just massive. It's loud. I'm not even sure that it's a raccoon anymore, but I'm sure he's watching me. This is not the behavior of a rabid animal. Keeping its distance, absolutely not. Showing any kind of controlled behavior like stalking. Not to mention, almost a week had passed and this guy's still alive. Infected raccoons are ostracized from others, and they live a maximum of 1 to 3 days, especially with a couple shots to the head. Nothing about this creature made any sense, so I shot at it again. This time it seemed to literally dodge the shots entirely, but didn't disappear. Just kept watching from other parts of the tree line, hissing. I kept shooting. I knew I hit it, but it didn't matter. The thing disappeared, but I continued to hear the hissing, becoming paranoid, and I kept everyone inside, warned the girls about the hissing, told them to stay away from the tree line. Everyone had heard it and seen it at least once. That was enough to take it seriously. The girls said they heard it one night while in the living room watching a movie. The back window was open. They were both too scared to even get off the couch to close the window, so they just listened. Eventually it gave up, disappearing for what would apparently be the last time. I never saw the thing again. Animal control never reported catching anything matching my description, and they never reported any rabid raccoons in the area at all. I just have to wonder then, what the hell did we see? My dad worked in a hospice wing for almost 20 years and just retired earlier this spring. Back in the early 2000s, he worked with one of those broody, keeps-to-themselves types, a guy named Carlos. Carlos wasn't the friendliest person, but he arrived on time, and his patients never complained, so they just accepted that social skills weren't his forte. One day, they received a new patient, Carlos' grandfather, but obviously, Carlos wanted to care for him. The old man suffered from Alzheimer's and would often forget where he was or mistake Carlos for his older brother. My dad said that it was really hard to watch. Everyone felt sorry for them, and it was obviously affecting Carlos. Hell, who could blame him? I can only imagine what it's like to watch a grandparent or loved one slip away like that, except it wasn't hurting Carlos in the way everyone thought it was. About 6 weeks later, his grandfather coded right after Carlos's shift ended. They were calling him before he made it to the parking lot. The doctors did everything they could, but the old man passed away. The problem was how he died. The doctor deemed the circumstances strange enough to warrant a toxicology report. They discovered enough sedatives to kill a horse. The security footage showed Carlos as the last one to enter his room, and when questioned by police, he confessed he'd been stockpiling medication for the entire 6 weeks, assuming no one would suspect foul play on the death of an Alzheimer's patient. When asked why he would want to kill his own grandfather, Carlos said the man had raised him and his older brother since they were 4 and 10. Unfortunately, he had abused them in horrible ways. He was the reason that Carlos's older brother had committed suicide at the age of 23. When Carlos turned 18, he moved out, never spoke to the old man again until he happened to show up in the hospice wing. His first instinct was to explain the situation and keep his distance. But then the old man called him by his brother's name, and something snapped inside. It suddenly seemed like a better plan to keep the past a secret and expedite his grandfather's departure. I don't really know how to feel about this. On one hand, I can't really blame Carlos. I mean, if there was ever a reason to kill. On the other hand, he ruined his life to kill someone who only had a couple of years left at best. What do you think? I maybe would have just kept my distance. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, She would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. My father died in 1982 when I was 8. I was an only child and I was Daddy's girl. His death wasn't sudden as he was diagnosed with cancer in June and passed away in November. Even at an early age, I knew the permanency of death. My great-grandmother died a year prior to his passing, and my grandmother passed away in June 1982. I was in school when my dad died that morning. I was using the restroom. When I turned to open the stall door, I caught a whiff of aqua velva. For those who don't know, it was a popular aftershave in the 70s and 80s, and it has a very distinct odor. Well, that's what my dad wore, and I loved the smell of his cheeks. So when I caught the distinct odor, I was expecting to see him outside the girls' bathroom. I walked out and didn't see him, so I walked down the hallway hoping he was looking for me. When I finally went back to class, my teacher called me up to her desk and informed me that I'd been gone for about 15 minutes. She said, "It's 9:55. You left here at 9:40. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on school. I kept thinking about smelling that odor. At 10:30, my mom came to the classroom and my teacher went out to speak with her. After a while, my teacher came in, quietly got my coat and lunchbox, and walked me into the hallway. I didn't say anything to my mom, and when we got to the stairway landing, I asked if Daddy had died. She turned and stooped down to my eye level, and with tears in her eyes quietly said, yes. I asked her when he died, and she replied, at 9:45. I truly believe that he wanted to let me know that he was there in that bathroom, and it was his time to go. Every so often I'll catch a whiff of aqua velva for just a slight second, and I'd like to think that it's my dad checking in on me. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman about 50 had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying." "Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty." I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the Angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, 208, the Angel." The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. "Your roommate is going to the ICU," they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. "You saw her?" I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. "Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up?" I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. "It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there, but there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay, let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here. It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered." I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working, but it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at, but nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. My first job was in a small 35-bed psych hospital in California. It used to be a medical facility where surgeries were performed and, of course, people died. A couple stories here, but first off, when I'd work night shift, I'd sometimes get a phone call from the local police station asking if everything was okay. Sure, everything was fine. All the patients are asleep and it was just a normal night. The police then said that they received a 911 call from our hospital, and the extension from where the call was being made was the arts and craft room. Nobody goes in there at night, not even staff. It's always had a creepy vibe. It used to be where surgeries were performed. The caller, identifying herself as Satana, was asking for help. This would happen about once a month or so. Night shift didn't have much staff, so as supervisor, I knew where all my staff was because I would be the one to help relieve them during breaks. I know with 100% certainty that no staff or patients were the ones calling 911. I know it wasn't a patient because psych hospital doors are locked, and to get to that room, a patient would have to cross 3 barriers of passcode-protected doors. Creepy. I thought so. At other times, our PA would turn on randomly, usually after 10 p.m., and you'd hear breathing and beeping machines. None of our equipment beeped. One time in particular, the PA turned on, and you could hear what sounded like a kid speaking, but the content of what he was saying, it couldn't be made out. Then it stopped. Then started again, and then you could hear what sounded like outgoing calls playing through the PA. This was impossible to do, because to activate the PA, you pick up the phone and dial 77. Once you do that, you lose a dial tone and cannot make an outbound call. So anywho, the PA played an outgoing call for hours, yet not a single phone was ringing in the hospital, so we weren't sure what was happening, let alone how. It finally stopped around 6 a.m., and our patients were pissed. Imagine trying to fall asleep to that. To this day, nobody knew how that happened, and the technician we called out at the time thought that we were pranking him. And that's all I've got. I left in 2014, a year prior to leaving. A patient had successfully taken their life, died right in front of me while we tried CPR. He had hung himself in his bedroom, and I wonder if his ghost still roams the halls. Thanks for listening to my stories. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd step back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. Scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. When I was a sophomore in high school, I fell into a puppy love-like relationship with a quiet, shy guy. He wasn't the kind of boy to stand out in a crowd, always hanging back, his gaze down, as if the world around him was just too loud. We went to the football homecoming dance together, part of a double date, and that night left an impression on me for more reasons than just the event. Throughout the evening, he kept putting his hands on me, casually at first, the normal level, but there was this persistence behind it. He wasn't violent or angry, and I never felt afraid, but he just wouldn't stop. Every time I tried to pull away or say no, he acted like he didn't hear me, like his actions were innocent enough to ignore any boundaries. At the time, I brushed it off as teenage awkwardness. After all, what's high school without a little clumsiness? 4 years later, that same shy boy, now a man, went home from work one day and murdered his mother. He stabbed her over 40 times with a butcher knife, a long blade, relentless in his attack. When it was done, he calmly called the police, told them exactly what he had done, and sat on the front steps of her house, waiting for them to arrive. I remember hearing about it through mutual friends, the shock of it not fully sinking in at first. What could have led him to do something so horrifying? He had been charged and convicted, though I never followed up on the details of his sentencing. It was hard to reconcile the boy I once knew with the man capable of such brutality. At a high school reunion, I learned that he'd been released from a mental health facility or prison. No one seemed to know the exact circumstances. He was now homeless, wandering without direction or support. It was a strange thing to hear, like a ghost from the past had surfaced, but no longer resembled anything close to the boy I remembered.
Maybe 6 or 7 years after that, the news broke that he had killed again. This time, a fellow homeless man. He was charged, convicted, and sentenced, this time with many years of confinement ahead of him. I saw his mugshot, and it was like staring into the face of someone hollowed out by life. The shyness was gone, replaced by something cold and broken. A few years ago, my curiosity got the better of me, and I Googled him. I wasn't expecting much, just a faded news article maybe, but what I found hit me like a punch to the gut. He had murdered again, this time a fellow inmate in prison. My puppy love had become a serial killer.
I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all fours now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure. I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. When I was 16 years old, I was walking along a beach with my sister. We weren't in the water, but there was such a strong undertow the sand gave way and started to pull my sister out. I ran into the ocean up to my knees and tried to grab my sister. I was pulled out into the ocean about 1/4 a mile. I couldn't swim, and I started to drown. I would fight my way to the surface, and the waves would knock me back underwater. I'd finally given up, was out of strength to pull myself to the surface again. I was about 6 feet underwater. All of a sudden, I saw a surfboard above me. I fought my way to the surface one last time. It was a 10-year-old kid on a surfboard. He said, "Hey kid, wanna ride?" He had seen me floundering and came out to try to rescue me. I grabbed onto the surfboard and made it back to shore. Other people had rescued my sister when I got pulled out, though many people kept asking me how I made it back. I kept telling them about the surfer, but nobody had seen a kid surfing or carrying me in. Even the lifeguard on duty told me it was a miracle that I floated back with no help. How did nobody else see him? I still don't know who it was that saved my life. Without a doubt, though, if the 10-year-old kid weren't there at the time, whoever he was, I absolutely would have died. Right there, right then. I've had a few experiences at the various hospitals I've worked at, but they don't really scare me, just kind of catch me off guard. I've never worked the night shift before, but one time the company suggested we stay the night in the building because there was a hurricane in the city. A lot of people decided to risk it and go home, while I decided to stay because I had to cross a river to get home. So it was maybe around 10 p.m. I was waiting for the elevator so I could go downstairs to find something to eat. I see the elevator door open and a man walked in. Then I walked in. The elevator was empty. About 2 years before, A coworker had taken his own life in the building. I think it may have been his wandering soul. The next one also intrigues me more than frightens me. About 3 years later, I had a new job, working the afternoon shift. I would get off around 11 p.m. As I was walking to the bus stop, I looked up and saw a huge white ball. I thought to myself, what a bright moon we have today. Then I looked elsewhere in the sky and saw the moon. What? Didn't I just see the moon? So I looked back at the first moon, and it flew away at the speed of light. I wasn't the only person to have seen this. A couple of nurses said they could see it from the hospital. True story. Very early on a winter morning, my colleague Pete and I were trying to stay inside the patrol car and out of trouble. We were halfway through a week of night shifts that had turned up a dead body on a bus, someone who had choked on their own vomit and fallen asleep on a rear bench, along with a dead body at a bail inquiry, 2 inches of dead flies up against the inside of a window, and an unaliving. We had just dealt with a 2-month-old baby left alone with 2 bottles of milk while his mother got pimped out around the corner at a rough club in Dalston. He'd been screaming since 9 p.m. That's what the neighbors said when they called at midnight. We hoofed in the door. The mother and her madam had been turned up, kicking off and demanding the kid back around 2 a.m. Pete and I had expended quite a bit of energy getting her into the cells. We go back out at the end of the witching hour, 4 a.m. Our skipper promises us the easy stuff, and we get a routine call. Woman heard screaming in the street, with a general location of a tower block not far from us. We get this call several times a night. Most times an area search reveals nothing. Sometimes it's amorous foxes or loud TV. We get this a lot with gunshots. People in tower blocks watch movies with headphones so they can turn the volume right up on an action flick. The headphone lead accidentally gets pulled out, sudden eruption of calls, shots heard. But you never know. We can guarantee at least once in your career it will be something. In Hackney, in early 2000s, that could be a couple times a year. Well, we find the block, and its L-shaped open-air balcony landings with 3 stairwells, one at each end and another at the junction. We go up the first stairwell, 8 floors, not even the usual rough sleepers, very quiet. We look down each balcony, then across the middle. We planned for one of us to go down each remaining stairwell. A foil to our plans, the balcony had been sealed off with expensive-looking double-glazed partitions, so we had to go back down to ground level. This meant that we had to climb the last stairwell again, all 8 floors. We don't even know if this is where the child screaming was heard. There's only been 1 call, and all is silent. We were just about to have a discussion on whether we should call it an ASNT, area search no trace, or start climbing. Then we smelt a delicate, flowery perfume. It wouldn't have hung around long, so we start climbing. On the 4th floor, we saw blood dripping down the stairs. Calling for more units and climbing a bit more tactically. We couldn't smell the perfume anymore. But on the 5th floor, wedged upright behind an emergency panel, the body of a young lady. She'd been stabbed several times around the neck, face. A large amount of blood was slowly draining out of her skull, making its way downstairs. As our colleagues are cordoning off the building, we find the victim's purse and driver's license. She has an address on the next floor. We knock on, and eventually, a sleeping flatmate comes out, confirms the victim lives there. With the detectives questioning the flatmate, we search the girl's room and find a bottle of the exact perfume we smelled downstairs. The victim lives alone but has a Russian boyfriend who the flatmate has a bad feeling about. One of the detectives used to work at Heathrow It expedites a trace on this guy's passport. The first flight to Moscow is in about an hour. We return to the station to write up our evidence. As we're going off duty, the detectives tell us the boyfriend was kicked trying to board the first flight to Russia. Bloodied wet wipes were found in a bin near his car, with a bloodied overcoat, where he had vigorously cleaned himself before abandoning the lot in the far reaches of a car park. Pete and I attended the coroner's office for the autopsy. The coroner said that she had died almost instantly, but at least 4 hours before we had found her. We asked about the perfume, and he said no trace was found on her. So, who smelt of perfume, and who screamed less than 15 minutes before we found her? Everyone in the block passed the alibi and attitude test. No one admitted seeing her or hearing any screaming. The call came from a mobile at the night bus stand across the street. All they heard was a scream. I kept trying to tell myself that it was possible that she was wearing the perfume. We just didn't smell it after that initial moment because we were focused on the blood. But the coroner looks for stuff like that, said that she wasn't wearing any. Even then, she must have applied it when she left for work the previous morning. The bottle was still on her bedside. Still, it shouldn't have been so strong to carry down 5 flights. I guess it's also possible a rough sleeper found her, screamed, and ran. But they know if they witness something like this, it's a guaranteed couple of hot meals back at the nick and pick of the lost and found. They can get some shoes, things like that, if they help us out. I don't know. Something about this case, though. I think about that perfume a lot. Is it paranormal? I don't know. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I recently decided to try Hinge for the first time, and quickly matched with a guy named Max. We talked for 2 weeks, had a ton in common, really hit it off, all that junk. He was handsome, athletic, funny. Some people would have seen those as red flags, but live and learn. Our first date was a picnic on the beach, and he actually looked like his picture, so I called it a win. He took me to the fair for our second date, and I thought there might actually be a future for us, so I decided to take the initiative for date 3. I invited him to my apartment for dinner and a movie. We had chicken Alfredo with garlic bread and caramel cake for dessert, my grandmother's special recipe. Afterwards, we cozied up on the couch with a little wine and started a movie. Pretty early on, we began making out, but I ended things before they could go further, gave him the whole, like to take things slow speech. Max took it like a gentleman, poured us some more wine, and we put our attention back on the movie. That's the thing about a lifetime of bad relationships. You tend to fall for the first guy who treats you like a human being. Big mistake. I felt the drugs as soon as they kicked in, and let's just say my tolerance for narcotics isn't 0. I tried making it to the front door, screaming for help all the while, but Max grabbed me, clamped his hand over my mouth. With the last of my strength, I threw my weight into him and managed to push us into the wall, where we fell to the floor, tangled. Once on the ground, he easily got on top of me and wrapped his hands around my throat. My air was instantly shut off mid-gasp. It felt like my lungs were on fire, and my vision faded. I don't know if I can say that my whole life flashed before my eyes. It was more of a montage, all of my best and worst moments, along with a handful of the mundane playing on a simultaneous loop. The books I would never read, the shows I would never finish, the places I would never see. The instant before I lost full consciousness, I remember thinking, all of this because I didn't want to be single anymore. I'm telling you, if you ever want to get a new perspective on life, have a near-death experience. That shit changes you. But unlike what you see on TV, I didn't have any dreams or visions. Once I was out, I was out. Game over, black screen, sweet nothingness. When I began to regain consciousness, it felt like waking up in the morning. For a split second, I thought everything was normal. Then the pain started to set in. My whole body was sore, but my head and throat were throbbing, and it hurt like hell to swallow. That's when it all came flooding back to me, and I sat up screaming. I was in the hospital. My mom was there, and nurses began flooding into the room, everyone trying to reassure me. When I finally calmed down, I was informed that all of my neighbors heard the fight and came to the rescue. At first, they called 911, but when the screaming stopped, because I was being choked to death, the operator advised them to wait for the police. It was the elderly man who lived across from me that got a crowbar and forced his way in early. I've known Mr. Walters for years, and I'll be baking that man a cake every weekend for the rest of his life now. By then, half of the building was gathered and Max was subdued until he could be arrested. As it turns out, the lady who lives under me is a nurse, and she helped me the best she could until the ambulance arrived. A few days later, I learned a lot about Max, one being that Max wasn't his real name, but also that he was wanted in a neighboring state for an unsolved murder. It sounds like his trial is going to be a long one, but I'm determined to testify against him if at all possible, especially since at least one other victim can't. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life. made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. As a member of my agency's dive team, I was called upon to search an abandoned rock quarry during a missing person investigation. The victim had been reported missing by his wife, and a 6-month investigation by the detective assigned to the case had yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. After only 10 to 15 minutes of searching, I located the victim's vehicle at the bottom of a quarry, in about 35 feet of water. I was unable to determine whether or not the victim's body was in the vehicle. This was due to the roof of the vehicle being smashed and the vehicle being upside down. At this point, we marked the vehicle's location on the bottom with a buoy and called for a wrecker to winch the vehicle out of the water. Once the wrecker arrived on scene, we rigged the vehicle with cables, and the wrecker began to pull the vehicle out of the water. As soon as the air bubbles that had been trapped in the car reached the surface, we knew the victim was in the vehicle. The smell was absolutely horrid. I'd never in my life smelled something that horrible. I can only describe it as a combination of rotting human flesh, fish, and swamp. The detective on scene began to retch and dry heave. The wrecker driver lost his lunch, and a state trooper nearly passed out. It was that awful. Once we had the vehicle out of the water, we were met with a ghastly sight. The victim was still in the driver's seat with his seatbelt on. His body was bloated and had a green and black mottled appearance. The body was in terrible shape from its 6 months in the water. We were unable to pull the body out of the car because every time we tried, the skin slipped off the bone and tore off in chunks. After some serious thought, we decided to have the local rescue squad cut the roof and the doors off the vehicle to allow us better access to the body. We were finally able to get the victim into a body bag, mostly intact. I was able to decontaminate and shower on scene using the shower in our mobile command center. When I arrived home after leaving the scene, my wife immediately put her hand over her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that awful smell?" So, once again, I showered and spent plenty of time scrubbing. This was definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in 14 years as an emergency responder. It was determined that the victim had gone into the quarry to sit in his vehicle and smoke crack. Somehow he mistakenly hit the accelerator, sending the vehicle into the quarry, thus ending his life. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy, He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. When I was 7, I was playing on my own when I had a question for my mom. I went looking for her and saw that she was in our car vacuuming it. I watched her for a moment and still remember the way she moved her long-haired ponytail out of the way of the vacuum pipe. I tapped on the window to get her attention. She didn't look up, so I waved my arms and yelled, "Mom, Mom," to no response. The question must have been unimportant because I gave up and went back into the house. As I walked in, my mom was standing in the kitchen. I felt goosebumps all over my body. I still remember to this day how confounded I was in that moment. I walked up to her, very confused, and asked her if she'd just been vacuuming in the car. She looked at me strangely and said that she was never in the car, that she'd been in the kitchen this whole time. As I knew it was impossible for her to move from the car to the kitchen in that short space of time, I began to wonder how many other things I saw that were not really there. This one is one of my most vivid memories, and every detail was incredibly real. It never happened again. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the 3rd week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, "Do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first?" If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps, but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, "I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit." He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes, before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with his suitcase and his .45. The following week, I had a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click. When I was 13, I spent a month at my uncle's ranch. He was short on help, and I wanted to learn how to see the mountains. There wasn't as much downtime as I imagined when I first agreed to go, but I managed to find a few hours to myself in the evenings. Mostly I just explored the property. I especially liked hiking the trails. Uncle Leo gave me a Sunday off to explore properly, but warned me not to go past any area marked with stacked stones. I made a joke about the Blair Witch, but he said that they were there to mark bear territory. That put the proper level of fear into me, and I was determined to stay off those paths. I left at sunup and had a grand old time for the first half of the day. By lunch, I was well into new territory and ate my sandwich with a magnificent view of the mountains and valleys. Shortly after, I ran into an area blocked by stone piles and decided it was time to start heading back if I wanted to get home by dark. Just as I turned around, I heard a dog whimper behind me. The week before, my uncle's dog had gone missing, and we'd just about given up hope on finding him. I looked back just in time to see him walk behind a tree, and I called after him. I couldn't just leave, so I got the rope out of my bag and I went to go fetch him. I kept calling for him the whole time, but he wouldn't come out of the thicket. I could only see his face through the brush, but he was still whimpering, so I thought he must be hurt. I cut back the overgrowth as best I could. I only had my eyes off of him for a second, but when I looked back, he was gone. There's no way he got out that fast or that quietly, but he wasn't there anymore. I called for him again and looked through the surrounding brush. There was no sign of him. I didn't want to leave him with bears, but I didn't want to be out there alone past dark either. Ultimately, I settled for going back and getting help and a few guns. I must have wandered further than I thought because the stone piles weren't nearly as close as I expected. I went in circles for 10 to 15 minutes before I finally got going far enough to find them. I barely made it half a mile before 2 of the other hands rode up on 4-wheelers, hooting and hollering. Jay hopped off and ran over to me while Marcus shouted, "We found him," into the radio. My heart sank. I thought that there had been some kind of accident or Leo had a heart attack, but all the fuss was over me. When it was finally calm enough for normal communication, I learned that everyone came looking for me when I didn't return on Sunday. It was now Monday evening. They'd been looking all day, and an actual search and rescue team was on the way. Even my parents were on a plane. I've never before or since been so confused in my life. I'm still confused. I'd forgotten all about Buck until it was my turn to explain. When I got to his part of the story, my uncle turned white, told me whatever I saw wasn't Buck. Buck came home that Sunday morning, an hour or so after I left. It couldn't have been him, but I saw him. It's not like I caught a glimpse of a random animal as it was running away. I saw that dog, only it wasn't him. I couldn't have looked for Buck for more than a half hour at most, and that's stretching it. Yet I had lost almost a full day. I never saw the sun go down. I never watched it rise. But I left Sunday morning and came home Monday evening. God, it sounds like a bad riddle. And I guess in a way it is a bad riddle, because what the hell happened? Besides a few scratches from digging through the overgrowth, there was nothing wrong with me. I was starving and more tired than I'd ever been, but that seemed understandable given the amount of stress I was under. I don't know, but if any of you have the answer, I'd sure like to hear it.
When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night, but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under. Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it, and that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time.
I think I technically have two ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working, but it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at, but nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation, and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts, I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. I, along with several other people that I've worked with, have had unexplained experiences. One in particular sticks in my mind. One afternoon, we had an old couple in a nicer neighborhood die. It was a murder-suicide. The husband had terminal cancer, and the wife was bad off with dementia. He laid her down on some plastic in the living room and shot her and then himself. He left a note, but it was kind of rambling and hard to make anything out of it. Several months and a cleanup later, a young couple bought the house at a really cheap price. It had sat on the market for about 9 months, so they came in low and got the house. About 3 weeks later, the wife called in the middle of the night, saying that someone was in the house upstairs. We all show up, clear the house, and find nothing. Both parents and both children all said the same story. They saw a dark figure walk from the hallway into a room. The same thing happened every night for the rest of the week. It got to the point where the entire family wouldn't go upstairs, and the lights stayed on 24/7. Eventually, the family got tired of living in fear, so they went to stay with the family for a bit. They asked that we keep an eye on the house, which in all honesty, we'd already been doing because who wouldn't want to see a ghost, right? They gave us access to their house, permission to enter if necessary. Late one night, I was driving by, hopped out of my car to check on things, when I saw someone walk by the upstairs window, and then the light in that room turned off. I called up my partner, and we made entry into the house. The feeling inside was awful. You knew something wasn't right. The air just felt depressed. Kind of like the feeling you get at a funeral home, but times 10. We searched downstairs and made sure that nobody could come in or out. We weren't real happy about going upstairs, but it was our job, so we did it. Let me tell you, upstairs felt disgusting and oppressive. Imagine how it feels when you're in a swimming pool. You try to run or move quickly through the water, but it's really restrictive, so you can't. That's the best way to describe the feeling. All of a sudden, the same room whose light I saw turn off, turned back on. Creepy. We went into the room and nothing. As a matter of fact, not a single person was in the whole house. This was years before body cameras were a thing, so a lot of us made it a common practice to carry pocket-sized digital recorders in our pockets to protect ourselves and offer as evidence should we need to. On reviewing our recording, we could hear talking that wasn't either my partner or I. Our voices were easily discernible, and the other voice definitely wasn't ours. Nor was it really loud enough or clear enough to make out what it was saying, but it was obvious that it was there. It would have been like if someone was in another room talking, and you could pick up the conversation, but couldn't make out the words. Neither of us heard the talking when we were there in person. Made your hair stand on end, gave you chills to hear it. To this day, it vividly stands out in my mind, even though that was very early on in my career. I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol, CHP car, out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Medi-flight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, we brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio. "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. A good friend of mine told me this story years ago. He's the stereotypical old big bad trucker. I've seen some weird stuff with him while driving in South Texas along the border. He never batted an eye, but while telling me this story, he had goosebumps and a concerned expression, which from this guy is about the equivalent of a trembling lip. I'll tell this story in the first person as he told it to me. Years ago in the late 90s, I was on my way from the house in Central Texas, heading to Laredo to pick up a load. It was early morning, around 4 or 5. I had just come off a string of days at home, so I know I wasn't tired. I'm on one of those 2-lane winding roads in the absolute middle of bumfuck nowhere when I see something on the side of the road at the edge of my high beams. At first, I just thought it was roadkill, as it's usually the case. As I get closer, I see that it is roadkill, and there's something crouched over the deer carcass. I remember thinking either this guy's taking the antlers as a trophy, or he's fucking sick. As I got closer, still, I can see now that this guy's eating the fucking deer. He's pulling chunks of meat from the stomach, bringing them to his face. At this point, he stops mid-motion and looks up at me. Not at my truck, but at me. He or it stands up, and that's when I see it's fucking huge, brown, and covered in hair. I remember thinking at this point, oh fuck, this thing is standing on the tiny shoulder, looking at me. By this point, maybe 3 seconds have passed, and I'm about to the point in the road that he's standing at. I didn't even think of stopping. In fact, I'm starting to lay on it and get the hell out of there. As I'm passing it, it's looking at me. Again, not at the truck. It's looking through the driver's side windshield at me. He obviously has the intelligence to know that there's a driver in here and knows where I'm sitting. As I passed it, I could still see its head above the hood of my needle-nose Pete, an old truck design where the hood goes straight out from the windshield, known for being tall and difficult to see around. This thing was a fucking giant. And I don't know if it makes sense, but I remember seeing human intelligence in its eyes. It scares the shit out of me. Sorry for the wall of text, but I figure it's a story worth sharing. So my name is Tucker, and people call me Tucker the Trucker, and I can't say that I hate it. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I'm 32, single, don't have any kids, so I tend to stay on the roads. Most of my driving is done at night, less traffic that way. But you always want to fill up in the evenings because 24-hour gas stations can get dicey at 3 a.m. If you'll excuse the pun, I prefer to keep trucking along. There's a particular stretch of highway I drive all the time. It's properly in the middle of nowhere and runs straight through a heavily wooded area. The shoulders are barely big enough for a car, let alone my truck, so I lived in constant fear of flat tires. Now, it's weird to think that such a little thing ever worried me. Last Wednesday was a normal, boring night until I got a call in the middle of that long stretch. There was an old SUV with its hood up, stopped diagonally across both lanes. One guy was standing next to it, waving me down, but I saw a second person ducking on the other side of the SUV. One of the first things you learn with life on the road is to beware of a stranded motorist as much as a hitchhiker. This one checked every red flag. Middle of the night, in the middle of the blocked road, in the middle of nowhere, with suspicious characters. And I don't mean the one that I saw trying to hide. My headlights hit the one waving me down, and he had the friendliest shit-eating grin I ever saw. And I'm from the South, so that's saying something. Trust me, someone in that situation wouldn't be happy. Stranded people are angry and or desperate, period. I've heard horror stories of truckers stopping to help someone and getting robbed or worse, so nothing was getting me out of that truck. I tried to dial 911 right then, let the cops handle whatever the situation turned out to be, but we were, surprise, surprise, also conveniently stopped in one of the highway's dead zones. When I got a little closer, I could see two more shadows, one on either side of the road, trying to get behind me. I'm always armed. You have to be in my line of work. But I still wasn't sticking around for a shootout if I could avoid it. I'd been slowing down, but now there were at least 4 road pirates against just me. And it takes big trucks a second to get going. If they had weapons, I didn't stand much of a chance, so I made a split-second decision to keep going. I pulled as far into the shoulder as I could fit, but I still clipped the back of the SUV pretty good. Just a tip, if you ever find yourself in this situation, always aim for the back end. You never want to go head-on with an engine. Right before I made contact with the rear end, I saw the guy who'd been crouching behind it dive out of the way. He was wearing all black, with a hood pulled over his head. I didn't see where the grinning idiot went, but he was probably the one who shot at me. I don't know how many shots were actually fired because they started when the metal was still scraping, but it was at least 3. One came through the driver's side window and struck the windshield. I felt the wind on my cheek as it flew by. I almost swerved off the road, but managed to get back straight. 2 more shots hit the trailer as I sped off. I drove fast as I dared in case they tried to come after me. There was a second that I thought I saw lights behind me, but they were gone as fast as they appeared. I called the police about 2 miles later when I got service back. Later on, I was informed that they'd found the SUV abandoned in a ditch a little further up the road. It looks like they tried to drive it, but bailed when they realized how bad it was. The license plates were gone, and the VIN number was partially scratched off, but they were in a hurry and did a poor job. Cops traced it back to an elderly woman who lived next door to one of the suspects. She'd let him use her car in exchange for mowing the lawn and taking out the garbage. Last I heard, they made 3 arrests and are still looking for the last one. I service fire equipment, so I drive a box truck and cover parts of Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia. I was in rural northwest Pennsylvania, returning from a service call and heading towards the interstate to go home. On my way to this customer, I saw a small pickup truck on the interstate whose right rear tire was steadily deflating. A mile or so before my exit, they pulled off to the side. I didn't stop to see if they needed help, and I felt a little bad about it. As I drove down this dark, twisty road, I passed a Dodge Durango pulled over into a barn driveway. There was a person lying on the ground behind it, struggling with something. It looked like a guy was trying to change a tire or get a spare out from under the Durango. Remembering the pickup from earlier, I decided to turn around and see if he needed some help. I pulled into the first driveway I saw, about 1/4 a mile down the road, turned around and headed back. Halfway back, the Durango passed me, going the direction I had originally been headed. I got back to where I had seen the Durango, planning to turn around again, but as I swung into the driveway, my headlights caught a figure lying motionless in the snow. I stopped and jumped out just as the figure sat up, It was a woman, maybe in her 40s, in a thin, torn black skirt and top. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were starting to swell. She had red marks on her throat, and her lip was bleeding. I helped her up, got her into my truck, cranked up the heat. I'd taken my jacket off, so I gave it to her, and she covered her arms and torso. She didn't want to say anything. Her throat was sore, and she was badly frightened. I called 911, and they dispatched a police car. I gave her a bottle of water, and she whispered, "Thank you," then sat with her head bowed and her eyes closed. It took about 15 minutes for the police car to get there, and she stayed silent. As the car pulled in, she said mostly to herself, "He's gonna arrest me." The trooper walked up and motioned me to exit, asked her if she needed an ambulance. She declined, then asked me what had happened. I explained what I'd seen. He wrote everything down, then talked to her for a few minutes. He helped her out of the truck and into his car. She quietly thanked me for coming back because she thought that guy meant to kill her. As far as I know, she wasn't arrested. She was pretty beaten up, and the trooper spoke and handled her as if she were a victim of the assault. It was almost certainly a transaction, sex or drugs, that had gone very badly, which is why I think she believed she would be arrested. I never found out what happened. I watched the news outlets for that area for a while, but never found anything. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening, concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s, and through the cracks, saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches, and at night it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief, because the man was deceased. Very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer. My dad's a long-haul truck driver, and as much as he'd hoped that I'd follow in his footsteps, I chose a different path and decided to major in finance. This year I had to burst the bubble he'd built around the dream of his little girl one day growing up to drive trucks alongside him. To be fair, I never really gave him a reason to believe I'd go that route. I never showed any interest. On top of that, I had a pretty traumatizing experience, the one and only time I agreed to go on a short trip with him. That was 6 years ago, during my freshman year of high school, and it still haunts me. It was the end of my 8th grade summer when my dad told me he was picking up a shipping container to deliver to Buffalo, New York. He wanted me to come along. At first, I declined, but then he sweetened the deal by offering a trip to New York City afterwards to buy new school clothes. After some quick back and forth in my mind, I agreed, which made him over the moon. My dad's a good guy, but was he the most devoted dad growing up? Not really. His career rarely allowed him to be at home, but we had fun when he was. My mom carried the weight of raising 3 kids on her own for weeks at a time, which brought its own stresses. But somehow, she and their marriage survived. I guess I get it. Society expects you to go out and be the breadwinner, but each time you leave, your child grows a little more without your presence. So, what's a father if he's unable to be a father figure? Or, I guess the same for a mother. Anyways, in my case, my dad's a pretty decent guy named John, and even though he may smell a little like diesel sometimes, I'm still glad that he's my dad. That's why I decided to spend a week of my summer with him. It was early in our trip, maybe the second night on the road. My dad was pulling the truck up a steep incline. The engine struggled with every inch of the climb, and through the black landscape ahead, both of us noticed a soft orange glow just over the hill. I had my window rolled down, and the smell of burning gasoline and rubber filled the cab. My dad slowed the truck even more, pumping the brakes as we prepared for whatever was coming. But before we reached the top of the hill, a woman suddenly ran out from the darkness into our headlights. She was waving her arms and screaming, "My baby is still in the car." My dad stopped the truck in the middle of the road, and we both jumped out, running the last 20 yards up the hill. When we reached the accident, the car was wrapped around a tree and fully engulfed in flames. The fire had already spread to the tree branches above. There was no way that we could have saved the baby. The fire had been raging for a while by the time we got there. When my dad pulled out his phone to call 911, I looked around and realized the woman who had flagged us down was gone. Less than an hour later, fire trucks arrived, and my dad moved the truck. Once the fire was out, they found the remains of 2 people. I'd never really been someone who thought too much about the paranormal, but after that, and to this day, I'm convinced the woman I saw was a ghost. And as sad as it is, I think I do believe when the baby perished in the fire, they were reunited. And that's why the woman disappeared. She had no reason to stay. She had her baby again. A friend of mine actually shared that theory with me a few years later, and it's what I like to believe happened. Still, it doesn't erase the trauma of the night. Even now, the smell of burning rubber instantly takes me back to the passenger seat of my dad's truck. And that, in part, is why I'm majoring in finance. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear, and that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He'd clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? This is probably my spookiest story from the road, and to this day I still have no idea what the fuck I saw. So I was in the Virginia, Maryland area, and I had a lot of work-related sites ranging from downtown Baltimore to Virginia Beach and all around. Friday wrapped up and I hit the road to some social arrangements that I'd made for the weekend. I spent the weekend with friends out in various parts of Virginia, got dragged off to other places even further out, the usual weekend fun times. It's late Sunday when I have to leave, or I'm not going to be able to get home in time to start my thankfully late afternoon Monday. I'm fully rested. I didn't do any drinking. I'm not into drugs. I'm on the highway at about 3 a.m. in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, between Roanoke and D.C. Absolutely nobody is around. I'm cruising along in the left lane simply because nobody else is around. No headlights for the past hour. No taillights either. No road lamps. It's dark. It's mildly damp. It's foggy. I have the music up. I'm feeling good. All is fine. And then I just happen to look to the left, and there's a fucking dog barking at me. A German shepherd in a car passenger seat. Somewhat blue glow from the instruments inside the car, and it's got its face to the window, and it's barking its head off at me. I got a good hard look at it too, because at first my brain is not registering cop car dummy. I'm doing 90 in a 75. I promptly have an oh shit moment when the dog, the instruments, the white Crown Vic light bar all click in my brain after a second hard look. I put my foot on the brakes and I start slowing down hard but safe to pull over. I even put my blinker on to start shifting lanes over to the right to pull over because, wait, there's no shoulder on the left side of this road. I look back to my left where there's still no shoulder or room for another car, and it's just gone. No trace. I slammed my brakes and stopped in the middle of the fucking highway. Flipped on all my light bars. I even looked around with my handheld spot. There was nothing. No tail lights, no headlights, no engine sounds, nothing. There are no other tire marks in the damp but mine, and I can see for a nice long distance both ways, too. Nothing. My vehicle had great visibility and a lot of extra lighting. There's no possible way someone pulled a sneaky, let alone drove that fast on wet sloped grass and rocks on my left side. So, there you have it. Ghost cop and his dog didn't like me speeding, apparently. I've got 3 shorter stories for you from my days as a trucker. Now, they're all different, so I've labeled them as such. The first, creepiest. Driving I-40 to I-30 through Texas and Arkansas. I would see what looked like animals or faces popping out of the bushes, but longer than a glance proved that nothing was there. They had just paved the highway. There was hardly any traffic. I was dead tired. It was super dark. Highway hypnosis, I suppose. But I've never really believed that. I guess this next one I would consider paranormal. When I switched to local driving, my route ran near an air reserve base in Indiana, so you'd see planes and helicopters pretty often. One night, about 2 a.m., I was headed to pick up another load when I saw a bright green light in the corner of my windshield. It was too low to be an aircraft. It moved pretty slowly, then darted, and I lost sight of it behind some trees that I drove by. And my last one, it's just batshit crazy, and it's the one that happened the longest time ago. Driving south on I-75 in the winter in Ohio, I witnessed a compact car like a Cobalt or something get on the on-ramp to merge into I-70 North, and they lost control. They went sideways, fell at least 6 feet off the ramp, went onto the shoulder of the interstate, landing on all 4 wheels, spun 360 degrees, and then proceeded to merge into traffic like it was fucking nothing. Blew my fucking mind. The CB radio was going nuts for about 5 minutes. Holy shit, who else just fucking saw that, etc. It was batshit crazy. I was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed, easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. The most heart-wrenching thing about this job, it's a look, a general appearance. It's this stillness that is unlike anything else. When you're looking at this person, it's as though this person, who's on the brink of death, has come unplugged, and they're just waiting for the final shutdown. I saw it on an old lady last week who was barely breathing. She wasn't my patient, but everyone did what they could to help. I saw it on a young mother. She'd been run over by a truck while pushing her baby across the street before being dragged by her rosary under the vehicle for about 20 feet. I can still see her eyes looking into mine, and that feeling of just knowing that she's in deep trouble. I've seen it on a lot of people, but the reaction it causes never changes. It's a realization that this person's life is hanging by a thread, and that how I treat them, how we treat them, in the next 5 to 10 minutes could make the difference between whether or not their baby grows up without a mom. It's knowing that somehow we both wound up in this situation, and it's up to me to try to make the best of it. In the 50s, my dad was 12 and living in South Jersey. They were poor, so he would often go fishing in the marshlands. One day he set out his lines, laid under a tree, and fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was setting, so he got his stuff and started back. On the way, he heard a deer suddenly cry out in pain. It sounded like it was being ripped apart, and the noise was coming from just off the trail ahead. There was no way to go around, so he tried to creep by. When he came adjacent to the sound, he looked through the trees to see a goat-headed creature crouched over a deer carcass. As if sensing his presence, it stopped eating, looking right at my father. Then, it stood on its hind legs and stretched its enormous wings wide. Dad ran home in a blind panic, and my grandparents didn't believe his story. Instead, he was given extra chores for falling asleep and lying. I just heard my dad call my name from outside my window. It was clear as day. I just heard him shout, "Connor." Thing is, My dad passed away in 2020, so I froze, eyes wide, listening, anticipating I'd hear a repetition of a noise that I could have possibly misheard as my dad calling my name. But the house is quiet. My dogs aren't even up walking around. For some reason, I still just got up and peeked out of my blinds, and like I thought, nobody was standing there. Goosebumps are still filling my arms. I have no clue what could have made that noise.